Hey everybody, thanks for joining us. So we did a deep dive on the first segment yesterday, and it was that important, and it kind of builds on things that we're going to be doing in the future. But now we're kind of slipping into addressing the interaction between the glands and the will. And you could say a lot of your thought processes are really more of a byproduct of your glands, but also some of your behaviors. Like, when we have things where like, okay, I'm giving up Starbucks. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm giving up Starbucks at least for 60 days. And then later in the day, I'll take a cappuccino with extra foam and, uh, you know, a lot of that is the endocrine system. And in mystical and esoteric practices, they basically say that we almost become like a hostage of our glands. Like if the glands aren't addressed, that we just become like they're the ones calling the shots, not us calling the shots. We're not we're not as free as we think we could be. And part of the way that you do that is with oils, of course, but also we spent so much time with doing the Lama Yoga yesterday that expansion of consciousness or expansion of your awareness is one of the ways to keep your glands in a process of upgrading. Like your glands, if your mind's just doing what it always does, your glands are calling the shot. But if the mind is continually like growing, expanding, going into the intuitive components, the mind is shifting, the mind is growing and evolving, and because of that, it makes the glands like step their game up. Like it just constantly keeps making the glands function a little bit better, a little bit better, a little bit better. And so it changes the processes, it changes our potential for action and activity. It kind of frees us up, so to speak. And, who wouldn't like a lot of that? A lot of times when we're trying to do something and we're wrestling with something, there's things in the nervous system, there's might be things in the emotional and mental body, but the biggest thing that you're wrestling with is, if you think about it, you're trying to engage an act of will, like, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to stop this, I want to stop that, whatever it is. It's the glands. And the more that it's not even like we transmute the will, we just kind of undo the conditioning. If you undo the conditioning, it kind of aligns a little bit more of where you're at rather than where you used to be, or worse, where you were in times of deep stress or trauma, or just a little bit of spinning out of control. If something like that happens, the will kind of firms up in that area and is like, okay, we got to survive this some way, somehow, be it, the basic, which is more the physical aspect, or the emotional component. Usually those two are the big stumbling blocks. The other ones usually lack activity. So the more that we can engage this, the more that the mental will comes in, and more that the spiritual will comes in. And the spiritual will, just as a reminder, is the aspect of us serving the soul, like working out the guidance from the soul, doing the things that the soul is guiding us to do. The soul knows better than our mind, our emotions, or our physiology. So I kind of gave that little talk about the different aspects of the will last night. If we need to do it again, we can do it again, but we kind of covered that last night. So let's just jump into doing a bit of a process. So what I'd like you to do is just think of situations where you'd like to take action, or you're taking action, but you're like, I could be better, or you took some action and maybe you weren't happy with the outcome or the action itself. Just whatever it is, it could be simple, it could be big. I mean, most of us, we have more of those than we have where things went right. you know that's just the nature of being human. So just take a moment. And we're not necessarily going to work this particular thing. We're just using it to measure. Like as we go through and we work the will, we just want to go through and see, how is that changing our perspective? How is that changing, what we see, what we feel? Okay, so pull out your myrrh, the thing that we ended with last night. You're not thinking about anything, you're not visualizing anything. We're just going to work these aspects of will. Begin inhaling long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the basic chakra. So we're working the pattern associated with the will, the four aspects of the will, but we're utilizing an oil that is very good for the endocrine system or for your glands. It's a way to jumpstart your glands. So we're doing kind of two things at once. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and just be still. The will associated with the basic is usually the one that needs the most work, by the way. Again, let's stick with the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breath. And then just be still. Just with that, how do you how do you feel? How are you starting to feel? Just pay attention to how you're feeling. Go to your front solar plexus. Inhale. Your front solar plexus is the area just below your ribs. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus, the area in your mid back area, below your shoulder blades, that mid back space. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. You're taking a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your crown. And then just be still. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Just be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. And then just pause and be still. Again, let's do the basic one more time. Long, slow, deep breath. And just be still. Just be still. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and be still. Your back solar plexus, the mid back area, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. The area between your eyebrows. And then be still. And your awareness is on the crown. And just be still. Just be still. Notice where you feel it in your body right now. What do you feel in your body? Just be still. Pay attention to your body. We'll do a little more Lama yoga, but we'll do it later in the day. So this particular phase with the mirror, like, yes, it's jump starting the glands, but it's a little bit more specific to the areas associated with like a stress response, a pain response, like an instinctive response, any of the lower instinctual drives. And so let's maybe go ahead and share experiences and ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away. What did you notice?
Hi, Greg. It's Tracy.
Miss Tracy.
So my head is stopped up,
Mm-hmm.
and it didn't start being stopped up until I started inhaling the myrrh.
Usually
So
would
it's
have
like,
the opposite effect.
I know.
So it stopped up.
Mainly on the left side.
Why don't you inhale a little bit of time just to get stuff moving? Because
Okay, thank you.
it feels like heavy and thick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just do some time just to get it out.
Okay, thank you.
There's a ball of energy in my solar plexus, gently radiating energy in all directions.
Nice.
Yeah, go ahead, Brenda.
Hey, Brenda.
Hi, Greg. Thank you so much for this. What I'm noticing and curious about is some ache, pain sensation that comes and goes in my upper left arm inside aspect of it.
So
It
the
feels-
like the inner arm, like in here.
Yes.
Okay.
And
And
like
is that an issue that you have noticed before, or you're just noticing it when you're doing this?
I'm guessing I've had it before. It just when I'm still and when I'm smelling the myrrh and going to the different locations and the different chakras, I'm very conscious of it. It feels like a line. I don't know if it's a meridian or
Probably a
but-
nerve. Yeah, it's probably a nerve.
Okay.
Like where you're describing. I mean, it always could be a meridian, but like nerves usually make you aware of them. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I would actually, like, even though the pain's in the arm, I would try like in the, like where the crease is right here, and
Yes.
then the armpit itself. Most likely there's a little bit of a compression in the shoulder girdle that's
Okay.
causing that. Sometimes in situations we'd go to the neck, but I think it's actually probably in your shoulder girdle. Like those are the 1-2 things that you look at, like when something's going down the arm, is it's either a shoulder girdle issue or a vertebrae in the neck issue. I
Okay.
think yours is just a shoulder girdle. Yeah.
And do what there? Just
Just
focus
like you can use the myrrh, or you could use
inhaling the myrrh.
yeah, you could use myrrh. You could also use you have some marjoram?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, why don't you do marjoram in here and in the armpit? And I would do it kind of regular for like maybe a week or so, just like in the evening as you're winding down, but it just will help open up that shoulder girdle. Yeah. You can even put a little bit like on this area if you want.
Okay.
I wouldn't put it on the armpit just because the armpit's a bit sensitive, but like you can get it all over in this area. And yeah, that should be very helpful.
Then the other piece, thank you. The other piece I have is I feel like after doing this, I'm wearing a cap on my head,
Mhm.
but I don't have anything on my head. Like,
Right. Like a lot of times it's probably energy shooting up, you know.
oh,
So yeah, so when you go through and you work these things, like it kind of goes through and cleans things up, and then you kind of release it out through the top of your head. And so it's kind of, remember how we were doing yesterday where we're doing the low back, the back hard, and the crown. It's like
yes.
that process is shooting energy out the top of your head.
So I could do more.
Ideally, like when you've done that enough, it starts happening without you doing that process. Like you're setting a pattern so that eventually when something happens, it just gets transmuted without you even really thinking about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It does make me wonder if there's any value in like inhaling the myrrh, like a little bit quicker through the basic, the front solar and back solar, ajna and crown. Like, would that assist that movement or
It would probably make it go a little bit deeper. Yeah. Like if
fast?
you wanted to do anything, you could actually still use the myrrh, but go the Mingmen, back hard, and crown and like move it out. Like that center, like those three centers are in charge of like transition or transmutation, however you want to say it. And it's just like when things need to be flushed out of the body, those three centers just move it up and out.
And could you name those centers again for me, please?
The Mingmen, which is your low back,
Yes.
and then the back heart, which is between the shoulder blades,
Yes.
and then the crown.
Crown. Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that. Thank you.
Yeah. You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Cindy.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey there. Can
Hey.
I just share something about that happened like last night after
Yeah, of course.
class? So I had to leave a little early. And I got to this intersection and I realized it looked really, really different. And what was happening, and it still is in effect, that like it's hard to describe, but perspective was wider and deeper. It was like I was seeing things from in different, a whole different quality and dimension, and it's still there today. But I was just curious if this is something that happens with this, what we're doing this week, or
Yeah, I would say this, and also the three brain work, the working the three brains, working the body map, like it's all moving towards really stimulating, on one level you could say it's your ability to heal, your ability to innovate, your ability to like adapt in situations, but you're taking in more information than you normally do, and you're starting to stimulate to a much higher degree your intuitive part of your mind. And going back to what I was saying before is like we go through and we stimulate all these processes, or we're engaging all these processes, but one of the things that's a big hindrance is endocrine function. Like it will basically go, no, I don't think so. And even though all the other things are in place, the endocrine system becomes that little weird judgy person in your family that won't go like say no to everything. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm projecting there, but I'm not calling that person by name. But it's like working endocrine system, you definitely will get more intuitive thinking, and then transmuting the will also, it improves the intuitive thinking. And intuitive thinking isn't just like I'm walking around with inspiration. It's your ability to process information very quickly, to make quick decisions, to kind of go through processes, like how to learn very quickly through like mimicking or just kind of following along, that like your rational mind doesn't get it, but your intuitive mind just goes, well, if we do this for a little bit, I'll get it. So and then there's guidance from the soul, or seeing a perspective almost like you're watching the body, the emotions, and the mind, and then the environment, rather than you're just reacting and not seeing very much past what's going on. Like the perspective changes, because it's like you go from wearing glasses to wearing binoculars, you know, where you see like these things in a much more like in-depth way. And so really what's happening is you're increasing the your ability to be present in the moment, and in the moment isn't as like fixated as what our logical mind does. And so you kind of strengthen the ability to step into this intuitive side and then step back into the logical side when you need to do it. But at first it just kind of goes back and forth and just gets like a little bit stuck in one of the ways. But I would say I spend more time on the intuitive side than on the logical side, you know. But it depends on the kind of work that you do and the kind of activities that you do. Like it's not always, you're not always able to do that. You might have to spend more time doing logical things. Like if you work on a computer, you're spending time being logical, but you can still be intuitive, like with the computer work that you do. Right? Or if you're like you're teaching your normal stuff, but like you're being more intuitive on like how the students get the information or how to make a breakthrough through the person. So there you got a little bit of like a back and forth between the two. But sometimes when you get like what you're describing, you're probably a little bit more on the intuitive side than the logical side. Like you're still functional, right? But your perception, I guess to say this in a cut it down from my long-winded response, is you're perceiving beyond the senses. And like even in that intersection, you're seeing things, you're seeing all the things that your senses pick up, but you're also seeing something past that. And it's like a certain depth perception. And what happens sometimes, it depends from person to person, but sometimes you're aware of potentials that might happen in that situation, like maybe there's a danger, or maybe there's this or that, or maybe potentially things that have happened in the past. But the more you do this, the more you kind of can turn that on and off. And so the more you get intuitive, the more you can pick up information from inanimate objects based on like activity that's happened in the presence of that object over a period of time. Like, so I suspect that like really good investigators like have this sense, but they don't really know it, but they can kind of walk in and kind of almost know what happened just by looking at a few little pieces of information, because they have this like intuitive component to them. And so, you know, if you don't really have the need for that, it doesn't matter, but it starts to be an ability that can be like generated, if that makes sense.
Yes, what you described was what I was feeling, seeing things that weren't there but were there.
Yeah, you're probably seeing the past. Yeah, like the past is in any given situation, the past is usually like a bigger thing than like the potentials in the future. You know, the potential in the future is like this, but the past is like really big. And so a lot of times that's the thing that we'll see is you'll start picking up just things that have happened in that area, or in that little situation, whatever it is. For you, it was that intersection. But yeah,
Well,
I remember there was this place on Kauai. I used to go spend, you know, when I was much younger, I used to go spend my Thanksgiving, I would take the week off just because it's a holiday and everybody's distracted. So I would go over to Kauai and spend a week in Kauai, which is just a little tiny island over in Hawaii, and I'd spend Thanksgiving over there because it was just a nice, quiet little place, a little tiny island. And on this road, it was really weird. It's, there's only one road that goes around like 3/4 of the island, and then there's little offshoots, but it's one road island. Like, it's just what it is. And in this one section, there's big areas where you're driving for a distance, and every time I'd come up to this section, I was like, oh God, something really bad. Like, I'd feel like something really bad. And so at one point I just pulled over, and all I could see was like, well, for me it looked like a battlefield, almost like people being hurt and like injured and bloody and whatever. And so I was like, oh, it must have been a battleground or something, but it didn't look quite like battle. But so I asked one of the locals, like, what's the deal with that section? And they said, I don't know, it's the weirdest thing, but there's almost a fatal accident there almost like every week or two. Like, just for whatever reason, there's just a little slight curve there. And what I was feeling, what I was seeing was the accidents that had happened, and it wasn't a battlefield. I sat with it for a while, and I also asked some locals, like, what's the history there, and I couldn't quite figure it out. Like, it's just, it wasn't anything important, but sometimes you have like a little mystery, and I'm like, I gotta get to the bottom of this. And I'm on vacation, so I have to work. Right. And so I noticed that I'd say maybe a 1/4 mile or 1/2 mile off the road, it was about a 1/4 mile, I think, was the prison, the little prison. And there was a little area where the inmates could look out at. And I don't know if that was a correlation or not, but I thought that was very interesting. But again, like, every time I would pass through that area, I could feel the history of what happened. Nothing happened while I was there, but they said it was just, for whatever reason, there was just lots of accidents right there. It's like you're kind of going fast, and there's the slight curve, and I don't know, either people go wide or something. And so it wasn't a very strong curve. It was just like like that. Like, it was just like you just had to adjust the steering wheel a little tiny bit. And I didn't want to sit there too long because it was not a pretty sight. The flip side of that, you can be in places that where very beautiful things have happened, and you can experience that as well.
Well, good. So 3
Mhm.
brains will foster it
Mhm.
at this work as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even the idea of like being around like old statues, or
Yeah.
like there's an energy that you can experience that maybe has gone through the years. That's part of the thing with using like relics, is you can tap into all these highly evolved people that have used it over the years, and it, like, you can experience it, feel it, and almost integrate it like all at once. And so it's hard to describe that experience, but like, when you start working with those things, it's pretty mind-blowing. Like, you just there's been a couple items where I've held, and the things that I could see were some of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Like, it's not of this world kind of things.
Well, great. It seems like a side effect has been I can't focus this morning,
Mm-hmm.
but
The gland work should help. Like
Great.
part of focus is the glands. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I'm
Yeah.
excited now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Margot.
Hey, Margot.
Hi. Um, Yesterday afternoon, when you were explaining about the will,
Hmm?
you said that the will is impacted by several things. One was pain, one was connective tissue. Do you know what? There were a couple of others.
The glands. Yeah, the glands are a big thing. Yeah, pain, stress, glands, and then the fascia, which is the connective tissue. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I was
Yeah.
looking for.
You could actually even say like under the heading of fascia is trigger point stuff will actually impact the will, but not quite as much as the fascia. So I kind of link those two together a little bit.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. So how are you feeling today, Mark?
Actually, I feel good. You know, I have a hard time. I mean, that was a general good. Um, I have a hard time, like after this particular exercise, you say like, how are you feeling? Well, I very often don't know.
Yeah, that's actually a good sign. You know, because you're stepping out of, I mean, if you think about like what we were saying in the idea with the glands, is that it's kind of, the glands are like the same old, right? You know, like you're gonna think the same, you're gonna act the same, you're gonna feel the same, you're gonna behave the same. And you know, if it's good, it's good, but at some point you kind of outgrow it. But what happens is when you try to step away from that and being curious and maybe trying to embrace something new or something different, or you have this experience where there's this great potential, your glands kind of keep you locked into like, that's not what we do. We do the same thing over and over again, you know, because we're already all wired this way. And so when you are able to step out of that, you're in that place of a little bit of mystery, a little bit like, I'm not sure. And that means you're able to step out of the box for a little bit. And doesn't mean you stay there forever, but you're able to step out of the box and go, I can embrace something new here. I can do something different. I can think something different. I can feel something different. I can do a different behavior. And, you know, eventually that might get integrated, or it might just be a little experiment and then you go back to the way it was. But the idea would be, if you want to do something different or change, that you're not so locked in by your glands that you can't do it. You know, you don't want to be held hostage by your glands. And so that you're not sure is actually quite a nice thing. Like if you were sure, it would still be very like in your logical mind, you know, but you're like, when you have to sit and think about like, okay, how do I feel? I'm not sure. You're having some new experiences, like you're expanding your potential. And really, you know, I was thinking about this when I first woke up and, you know, just doing little contemplations. It was like, you know, like what would it take to really activate the heart? You know, really, like not just like, oh, my heart got bigger, but like really activate the heart. You know, because the idea, like when we think of angels, we think of like, oh, they have these wings and they fly around in the inner world. They're not actually wings. It's that what we perceive as wings is a super activated heart. And, you know, being able to step into like a greater activation of the heart, just for a sense of well-being, a sense of happiness, but also impacting the people around you, your spiritual growth. You know, part of that is you would have to be able to step out of the place that you're in. You know, so the glands would very much be tied to that. And for the longest time, I thought it was just the thymus was the issue for the expansion of the heart, you know, which is in the heart. It's behind the breastbone. And so I thought, oh, boy, the thymus is really about expansion, and it is, but it's all of the glands. It's not just that. And there's other pieces to it as well. But an expansion of the heart means that the lower emotions are being transmuted. So the things like we're talking about next week, where, what do we do when anger comes up? What do we do when, these other feelings come up? And really, they become building blocks for a greater activation of the heart. If they're handled well, if we get entangled with them, then we just kind of linger in those lower emotions. And so, a place of uncertainty just means that you're going beyond, like we were saying with Cindy, you're going beyond the rational mind, you're going beyond the senses. And intuition is beyond rational thought, it's beyond the senses. And so you're picking things up in the unconscious, you're picking things up in the environment, you're also picking up to a higher degree things from the higher soul. The higher soul doesn't really communicate with the logical mind, it communicates with the intuitive mind. And then the intuitive mind passes on the message to the logical mind. And so in that place, you could say you have a better chance of being who you are than you do in your logical mind, or being held hostage with the glands, if that makes sense.
That's very encouraging.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Peggy, then Letty.
Hey, Peggy.
Good morning. So my monkey mind just was overactive this morning, and I was just like, okay, so you be monkey mind, and I'm gonna concentrate on these centers and do what Greg tells me to do, but I just no control over the monkey mind this morning. What?
That can happen. That can happen at any given time. And so I would go back to a little bit of what we did yesterday, like, that the first segment where we went through and we used the oils on the forehead, brain, crown. And then if it's still kind of happening, do a little bit of the Lama yoga. Yeah, the Lama yoga should quiet down the monkey mind. It doesn't always, but it should. And then if that still doesn't work, then do the Mingmen Backhar's crown. Yeah.
Okay, it's
Is
all
there something going on that's like stressful, or that you're trying, like a project you're trying to get done or something? Or is it just monkey mind came upon you and that's just what's happening?
lots of good stuff going on that I'm just continuously going with. And then also just what's going on in the world and the energy and everything,
Yeah.
a lot. And,
Yeah. Yeah, there's some very upsetting things happening.
and I'm not that upset because I can't control it, but my
Mm.
friends are,
Even when you again, going back to what I was saying yesterday, like emotionally, mentally, you might not be upset, but your physiology still kind of feels it. And it might not even be things that you feel, but just being in the group collective, like my example is 9/11. I was working, so I didn't know that it had happened. And I'm working and I was like, I don't know what's going on. I feel so sad. Like I could just bawl right now. I could just cry. And I had no idea. And then all of a sudden, the clients stopped showing up. And I was like, this is weird. They're probably not showing up because I'm so sad. Like they tapped into my feelings. And then I'm just in this room. I'm not listening to the news or anything. And eventually I went out and, the towers had gone down. And when I kind of disconnected from that, all the sadness went away. But, it took effort to kind of disconnect from that. But sometimes when big events happen, even though you might not be too involved, still sometimes we feel some of the feelings and things just because we're an individual, but we're also in a group collective. And so you can feel it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
And there's some very sad things happening. I mean, war is always sad, always, wherever it's at.
So, with all this going on, just do my best to follow your directions.
Yeah,
And,
do the things from the first segment. Yeah.
okay,
Yeah,
and
go back and do the first segment. Yeah.
okay, thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, Miss Letty.
Oh, Greg, hi, Sam. I'm not sure at what point, but there was two things that were going on, and just wanted to say thank you because I'm not sure at what point, but by the end of yesterday's class, I'd kind of cleared them. But one of the things was my daughter's girlfriend. I went to see her last weekend, and he made a comment, and I was kind of upset about it, but I just kind of sat with it all week because I just wanted to make sure, like, am I receiving this correctly?
Mm-hmm.
So that was one thing. And then one of the other things was Friday at school, at work, we lost a student in transition, but it wasn't even me. It was like a different teacher with a different assistant. But when it happens, it's like we're like in red alert. We're all like
Yeah,
freaking
totally.
out. We're looking for her. And the worst thing about it was that as we realized she was missing, mom shows up early to the school to pick her up. So it's even like, it's like a double whammy because we're like, where is she? We couldn't find her. So everybody starts moving. I run to the front office, we start looking at cameras, but it stayed with me. Like I couldn't shake it off. It was just the weirdest thing. But finally, after the, of course we found the girl. She was obviously safe, and, we found her, walked her up to the front, and mom took her. But they did ask her, like, she had never done that. She never really separated from us, but she said the voices told her to take a walk. And we're just like, oh, wow. So we didn't
How
realize
old is
that
she?
she's a freshman. So she's probably like 14, 15. And mom had also questioned, like, if there were some changes at school because she was being real aggressive at home. And we're like, what? She's being aggressive? Because we've never seen that side of her. But apparently, she has voices that tell her to do things. Well, we'd never seen that in front of us until.
I mean, can you get her a psych eval?
I mean, I'm
Like,
sure.
does the school do that, or would that be something the mom has to do?
I mean, it would be something that mom has to do because she's already in our program, right? She's already a special needs.
I mean, sometimes it's just inner dialogue, but I mean, that there's a little bit of aggression and hearing voices, like, makes me start to go down a little bit the road of schizophrenia or something, but she's still a little young for it. Like, usually it kind of comes on late teens, early 20s. Doesn't mean that it can't come on at other times, but, and I'm not saying that's what it is, but I would watch for red flags.
Is it possible to be have schizophrenia and also be qualified as a, like, intellectual disability? Like, are those two, could you have them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not saying that that's what that is, but that she's hearing voices and her behavior is getting a little aggressive. I mean, it also could just be, something going on at home, or like the mom said, there's some change somewhere. It sounds like the mom's trying to figure something out as well.
Mhm.
Because she asked you that question. That means something's been up for a while. That's not just you guys having an issue with her. Mom's having an issue with her at home.
Yeah, she's having an issue with her at home. We just we haven't seen that at school, the aggressiveness towards us. She's like, she seemed like a really good little girl.
And you know, here we're doing an endocrine class, like she's at the age where hormones are starting to change, and you know, even though she's special needs, doesn't mean those glands aren't going haywire and crazy. And so, you know, you can't even rule that out.
But I wanted to say thanks because like I don't know at what point, but I finally had that, I just had that feeling of like it was just very uneasy. Like I didn't know how to move past it. You know, after we found her and everything, like
Yeah, like I mean, sometimes what you sense is like you know, it's like kind of where I was starting to go with Cindy, but like sometimes you'll be in a situation where the environment or the different factors in the situation feel a little chaotic. And you know, if you look at the energy body, you could actually measure it, because when areas become chaotic, the Ming Men starts to overactivate because it wants to establish order both internally and in the environment. And so that will cause like a, you know, it's basically a kind of stress response. And so it makes me think that that little dance with that student is probably not done. Like you're probably going to have a little bit of a handful for a little bit, or the teacher, whoever has that, like that's a little bit of a handful. Like it's not just going to go away because you found her and everything's stable and you watch her more. She's probably going to act out more. And I would probably say the same for the thing with your daughter's boyfriend. Is it that has like a chaotic vibe to it? You know, it's not so much what he said, but it's like the energy that surrounds that. You know what I mean? Like the energy that represents. And you know, they're young. Like how old are they? Like early 20s?
yeah, my daughter's 21 and he's like
21.
he's 25.
Yeah. You know, even in good situations, that could be very chaotic at that age. You know what I mean? It's they're figuring things out. As long as, you know, she's not getting hurt, or, you know, I don't know. You can always bless them. You can always blue him, but bless them. And
We're bluing his Ming like keep him more calm.
I just blew him head to toe. The whole like just body, just because you know, like when you're projecting energy, you would say stabilize, right? Well, you know, one level that's like, oh, it's producing blue to like to keep the energy there, but you also have caused a shift in the physiology and the energy body, and you're just trying to stabilize the shift, like you're trying to allow it to stabilize and like integrate. And so when you're bluing somebody, that's what you're doing, is you're stabilizing them so that they don't get all weird and chaotic. And so it's not just like you're trying to calm them down, you're trying to get them to just, you know, slow it down and behave normal, like, you know. And you know, they have free will, they can also just keep pushing forward, but it usually does calm them down, like it stabilizes them.
Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah, like, and when you sent me you know, you had sent the email, like I did some of that you know, was that like a week ago, maybe like 5 days ago, 6 days ago, something like that.
Yes.
How long ago was it? Like the first, it was like a week ago, right? Yeah, so like a week ago I did it, but it might need some consistent, like, you know, just blowing them here and there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Greg.
Yeah.
And then we had a couple people early on this morning asking if you could explain the will again. They verbalized in a couple different ways.
Sure.
could hear last night's discussion again. I'm a little vague on what you said. And would you please go over the 4 aspects of the will?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And then we have some other shares too. So let me do the shares.
Yeah,
and
let's do
then-
the shares and then we'll do the will. And if we don't get to the will, we'll do it right after lunch.
Okay. The biggest thing I noticed compared to the other classes I've taken is how really, really quiet everything is in my body.
Mhm.
I didn't realize how noisy my body
Yeah.
has been my whole life.
Mhm. Yeah, very insightful. I would agree with you. Like, that's why, like when we're doing that meditation, like I was explaining yesterday, is like you go to the body and like, okay, where do I feel it? And it could be an ache or a pain, it could be a bad back, but also there's just these little areas that get agitated or have like a little, to me they look like a little energy cyst. They don't look like it's in a chakra or something. It's just things that are stuck in the body, and those things throw off the endocrine system. And so like as you go through and you dissipate that, and you're regulating the endocrine system, which also dissipates some of it as well. But you notice, just like you said, like your body is quiet. Like if you can quiet your body, you have a greater potential of an activation of the heart. And then if the activation of the heart happens, you have greater potential for greater like mental activity. And it's actually kind of the idea behind meditation. If you can quiet the body, the seed for greater emotional activity is there. And so at first we're just like, okay, let's sit down, let's cross our legs, let's close our eyes, let's start relaxing, and then we'll meditate. But when you want to keep going deeper and deeper, the first thing you do is you quiet down the nerves, right? And the nervous system communicates very quickly, like it's just bam, bam, bam. And so when you quiet it down, it quickly, like it reacts quickly, but it quiets down quickly. And then like the deeper level is to really start going into the glands and regulating the glands and elevating the glands to like a higher function, and breaking out of the patterns. Because like even like, I mean, this sounds silly, but it's the mechanics of what happens. Say you're in a situation and you're super stressed out, and then say it's a work situation, you're there for a month and like, oh, project's done, I can walk away from the office. You walked away from the office, but your glands have the pattern of being stressed out. So now even if you go to the beach and you're watching the waves, you're stressed out for a bit. It takes a little while for that to unwind. And if you just go into another project, it doesn't unwind. It just doesn't. So having that break, and if you think about what it feels like watching the beach and the ocean, it feels very similar to Lama yoga. Like if you think about like watching the sun go down, where you're not really talking, you're just watching it go down. And then when it's done, you're like, oh boy, what was bothering me? Or, you're at the top of a mountain, or you're watching the ocean waves, or, something like that. All of that is resetting the endocrine system, so it all has kind of a value of sorts. If you ever have sat up at the top of a mountain, just like looked down and, just being quiet and everything, all of a sudden everything goes really super quiet. And it's not just because you're up in this beautiful place. It has an impact on your physiology. It quiets down the glands because you're up out of everybody's stuff in the collective unconscious, and you're up and you're looking at the views, and you're out of your logical mind and you're more in that intuitive mind, and boom, right there the glands kind of reset. And so that's why a lot of times yogis and lamas and the Christian mystics and things always went like high up in the mountains. It was one to get away from people and be a little bit isolated, but there's something about being on top of a mountain. And so, yeah, if you just keep doing that practice, you'll notice that even you're not just quieting down the body so that your emotions and your mind feel better, but even your body will function better. And even things like aches and pains, you'll notice that they're there, but they're not the intensity that they were. And they don't grab your attention. You know how, like, if you have a sore in your mouth, you're touching it 2 or 3 times a minute with your tongue. You just stop doing that. Like, it's not even like, oh, I need to stop. It just stops happening. You know, yeah.
Nice. They even said I used to do mountain climbing for years.
Oh, good for you. Like rock climbing, mountain climbing, or just like hiking really, really steep things, or getting to the top of the
Mountains.
mountains. Yeah, good for you. Yeah, yeah. Those are some of those kind of things. Like, things are happening internally when you're driven to do something like that. There's some inner process that you're supporting when you're going through and doing that. Doesn't mean we all need to go out and climb a mountain, but you know, when you feel very driven to do it for a while, it's because there's some inner process usually that's happening. Yeah.
Yeah. And still lots of hiking.
Oh, good for you. Super good for you. Yeah. Maybe when you get to a mountaintop sometimes, I mean, I don't know what you do when you get to the mountaintop. Do a little meditation. Do a little thing where, you know, even if you're just watching the valley or the floor of the mountain, or the little meadow at the base of the mountain, and you just like watch the movement. You know, you're just watching the movement, or the lack of movement, the stillness. That is a meditation unto itself.
It's all very quick at the top, they said. And someone shared, as that begins to subside, oh, hang on. Oh, there, the ball of energy in the solar plexus, radiating energy in all directions. As that begins to subside a bit, I am again aware of a tense band around my mid-back and a soft sense of sadness. I'm aware the sadness is not personal. It too is fading.
Yeah. I would say with the events going on in the news, sadness is going around. I personally have felt it myself. So it's sad to watch. But you know, sometimes it's things coming out as well. But I'd say, given what's been going on in the news, it could be a lot of the news.
When you were talking about blue, are you talking about dark blue, medium blue, light whitish? About blowing the person?
Oh, medium.
And that was it for the shares. I don't know if you have
Okay.
time, or if you
Yeah,
want to do
yeah.
the will.
Yeah. How about we'll do, I think I have time. We'll do as much as I can, and then, so the 4 aspects of the will. So will is associated with your ability to take action, also your ability to restrict. Like, you know, sometimes restricting yourself, you know, it sounds weird, but there's been times where, like, potentially good opportunities might cross the path, but they're not associated with the path that you're on. And so sometimes you go, oh, like, oh, this could be great, but it might be super distracting on the things that you're trying to achieve, or the path that you're on. And so it's like, it could be great, but I'm not going to go down that road. So there's the tendency to restrict sometimes. And if you think about it from the point of view of like steam, right? If you don't restrict steam, it just kind of bubbles up and evaporates up into the air. But if you restrict it and you contain it, then you're able to power something like a locomotive. you're able to propel something and move something that wouldn't normally move. And so that's all through restriction. So will is not always about doing something. Sometimes it's also about, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to restrict something. I'm going to contain this so that I can focus all my energy into one particular thing. Or, could be the family, could be a project, could be a goal, could your spiritual practice, could be your healing, yeah, could even be circle of friends. I mean, it could be anything. And so then we look at the 4 aspects of the will. And so you have the will of the body, you have the will of the emotions, you have the will of the mind, and then you could say the will of the incarnated soul, or the soul, spiritual will. So the physical will has to do with the basic chakra. So this is very defensive oriented, or it can also be like your forms of like aggression and violence and things like this. But basically, it tries to protect, and it's the will to survive, right? So I've had several instances where somebody has told me that, like in some classes, this is a very long time ago, but that they were thinking of committing suicide, and they emotionally, mentally made the choice and then went to do the act, and the body was just like, nope, I'm not doing it, right? So emotionally and mentally, their will had given up, but physically, the will to survive was so strong that the body would not participate with the act. And so this will to survive is very much associated with your physiology. Like it's protective in nature. It tries to keep the body alive no matter what. And so unregulated, it can go into areas of being defensive, like in a negative way, where it turns into aggression or violence, but it's basically just that. You could even say greed is a kind of defense mechanism associated with the will. Like if I don't have all the money, I'm not going to survive. I'm not going to do well. So it becomes this weird thing. On the flip side, I've known people that they felt if they had money, that something bad was going to happen to them, be it that they lose it or somebody was going to take it from them or hurt them or something. It's very unconscious, but that also is an act of will. Like, don't get money because, something bad's going to happen, or, hard to say, sometimes it's people on some of these spiritual paths come in with a vow of poverty from, being a monk or a nun or something in a past incarnation, and it plays out that way. So the basic is associated with the body. It's the will to survive, right? Then we come to the solar plexus, which is the emotional will. This is like, if you were to boil it down, I want what I want and I'm not backing down. So it's associated with comparing and choosing, and then you're committing to something. The solar plexus views things very black and white. This is good for me. This is bad for me. I like this. I don't like this. I want to do this. I don't want to do this. Right? So, I had this discussion one time with a group of students in a class, and we were talking about this emotional component, and it's like, okay, are you going to commit to left, or are you going to commit to going right? Like the solar plexus says, do I go left, do I go right? Which one do I like better? Which one is better for me? And then, somebody said, well, what if you don't choose? That's not an act of will. And I was like, no, the will is like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to choose. That's still an act of will. And so even when we're not doing something, that's still like a misalignment in the will. Like, you know, I'd really like to do it, I just can't make myself do it. There's some sort of misalignment to the will. So that can be in the basic, that can be in the solar, you know, because the solar is all about committing to something. So in spiritual circles, that would be a devotional practice, you know, committing to Christ, committing to Rama or Krishna, committing to, you know, Elijah or Moses or to Allah, you know, whatever the tradition is, you know, devotional practices are committed to usually one deity, one being, one representative of some sort, right? So the flip side of that is if it's uncontrolled, the person can become fanatical. And so it is what it is. It's just an unregulated aspect of that will of the solar plexus where they get super fanatical in their actions and their thoughts and feelings, right? Then you go to the area between the eyebrows up here. So this is the mental will. This is not about I want what I want. This is I need to do the right thing. I can see consequences. I need to form a strategy. Like I need to do this to produce this 30 days out, 3 years out, 10 years out, where the solar plexus is, this is what I want. I'm right here, right now, in this moment. I want what I want. Where the ajna, the mental will goes, okay, that would be nice now, but long term, is that really good for me? Long term, is that good for my situation, for the people around me, for the business, my family, my loved ones, you know? So it's about doing the right thing. So I always like to tell like this like little story example of a person with mental will versus a person with emotional will, and they're talking about, you know, football or politics or something, and they're very animated, and the solar plexus person is, I want what I want, I'm not backing down, I'm right, I know I'm right, I'm not backing down. And then the person that has the mental will, who is driven by doing the right thing, is like, well, regardless if I'm right or wrong, if we keep having this discussion, this friendship or this situation, this business opportunity will blow up. So I need to do the right thing here and either withdraw and let the matter pass, or apologize, or acknowledge their side and not really talk about my side. You know, if it's about something that's not important, you just let the matter pass. You know, if it's something super important, then you also have the ability to put a strategy in place where you can be a little bit more inflexible about it, not because you're emotional and you're all riled up, because methodically you can put something in place to bring the proper outcome, right? It's not about getting your way, it's about doing what's right for the situation. And you know, I tell this story from back in the like 2005, 2007, somewhere in there. I was consulting for this big money lender, and you know, we'd just evaluate projects and things. I didn't do a whole lot for them. I did some, but they had pulled together where these two different companies that were doing house loans, and that was back in the day before the crash of 2008. These business were just like off the charts. Like they were just, I mean, everybody was giving loans to everybody. And so these two companies were going to combine, and they were going to make a lot more money with each other. You know, basically one was a little bit bigger than the other. One, it was going to increase their revenue in a short amount of time by about $20 million. And the other guy was like 10 or 11. And so this was a big deal. And it was worked on for about, I think it was 15 to 18 months. It was like, it took a while to kind of get all the ducks in a row. And, you know, they had me consulting and evaluating each side and like how to negotiate and how to present and all these things. And so we got it right to that point. And then it was the night before the contract was going to get signed. Right. So it's like it was going to get signed on Friday. And this was like Thursday. And so I called my contact and I was like, hey, so boy, it's got to feel good. 18 months coming to fruition. You guys did it. Amazing. Tomorrow, give me a little text or something. Let me know that things all went well and, yada, yada, yada. We're just kind of tying up loose ends and just saying, okay, well, I guess I'm kind of done here. And just as I was hanging up, he goes, yeah, we're going to celebrate tomorrow night, but the two people signing the contracts, they're out celebrating with each other tonight. And I was just like starting to put the phone down. I go, wait, what? And they go, yeah, they're out to dinner right now, hanging out with each other and celebrating. And I was like, that's probably not a good idea. And they're like, no, they're fine. They're celebrating. I was like, somebody needs to be with them. Like until that deal's done, somebody has to be with them. And, they blew me off. Well, those two guys started discussing politics at dinner. Keep in mind, they're from the same party. They're not from opposite parties, but they started having disagreements and going back and forth with politics. And they got so riled up with each other, they blew the deal up. One guy walked away from $20 million. One guy walked away from $11 million because I want what I want and I'm not backing down. Nobody had mental will to say, maybe we should discuss this Saturday, not Friday, not Thursday night. Like you can have that discussion, but later, right? Or just not have the discussion, Best thing they could have done is just zipped it until, they weren't having to work in the same office with each other. And so, that shows the difference between the emotional will and the mental will. The mental will would have said, this isn't even important what we're talking about. Why are we arguing about this? But it was what it was. And so, everybody lost out there. I wasn't getting anything from there. So like I just got paid my fees. And so I was like, I hate to tell you, I told you guys, I told you so, but I told you so. I keep those guys apart, just for that reason. So the mental will is about strategy, doing the right thing, evaluating, adjusting, adapting, where the solar plexus is just, I want what I want and just going to push through with aggression. So you could say the solar plexus is more like quantitative action. The ajna is more qualitative action, like setting examples, inviting reciprocation, doing strategies, having relationships with people, having things interact, and And then last is the spiritual will, which is at first manifested through serving others. It could be serving your family or people you don't know, doing service in the community, but eventually turns into serving the higher soul. So you're aligning your will actually with the soul, and you start to work out your soul's guidance and the soul plan, you could call it, that has been laid out for you in life. And most times we kind of fight against it until we get exhausted and we just align, or you can be aware of it and then direct your body, your emotions, and your mind appropriately. So okay, so we're going to jump over, we're going to break for lunch. We're going to jump over to the Astara session right now. Join us if you can. We're going to do a little healing session and a little meditation mantra healing session, lasts for 20 minutes. And then we'll be back at 1:30 and we'll pick up where we left off. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we are on segment 3. So you'll need to break out patchouli or dark patchouli, some form of patchouli. So the thing with patchouli is it does jumpstart the glands a lot, like frankincense and myrrh and three wise men and all those things. But patchouli especially has the tendency to break down like our inner boundaries, our inner restrictions, our inner, we talked about how the glands can hold us hostage. Patchouli is very good for breaking out of that. So it's also very good for breaking down like old feelings, um, like when you think of a developed heart, we think of it just being all soft and loving, but still a developed heart can be something that is pushing forward and meeting goals and deadlines and breaking down both inner boundaries and outer boundaries, but doing it in a way that's qualitative, which is more by example rather than quantitative, which is by aggression. And so still can be kind of firm and loving and taking action, I guess is what I'm looking for. So patchouli would represent some of that. So in the ones that got the kit, pull out the patchouli, and for you other guys, patchouli is the choice here.
And again, dark patchouli works too.
Yeah, dark patchouli totally works. Yeah. Just a different flavor of the same thing. Okay, and just begin inhaling it. We're not even going to follow a pattern yet. Just start taking some long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah, there's no real substitute. Like patchouli is the one. If you don't have patchouli, either use the myrrh or the frankincense, but patchouli would be the thing to use here. With the glands, there's not a lot of big choices there. So, sorry. Okay, so pause. And remember how we were just looking at things in the environment, things we were trying to get done, things we were having difficulty with, things that are even positive, whatever it was that you started the day out with, look at it again, just with where we're at. And notice your perceptions, notice how it feels. Okay, you've evaluated those situations. Just start inhaling the patchouli, just thinking of those situations. Let's just see what happens. And then just be still. Just be still. Okay, you're just being still. Begin inhaling with your awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. And then pause. Just pause and let go for a moment. And again, Let's do the basic again. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the basic. And just be still. Just be still. Notice the tension in your body. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and be still. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. Mm. Just be still for a moment. Begin inhaling on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just be still. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the crown. And then just be still. Just let it incubate. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And just pause and then go. Let's do your basic again. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the basic. Just be still. On your front solar plexus, begin inhaling, taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Just be still, be aware. Your back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar. Just be still. Just be still. Watch out. In your body. You're just being still. Something's happening. You're just giving it a minute or two to incubate. You're up on your ajna. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Your awareness is on the crown. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Just pause and be still. Just notice how you feel the tension in your body. Hey, what do you notice? How do you feel? You can unmute yourself, you can type in, share experiences, or ask questions. This one's usually a bit more calming to the emotions and the emotional body. Samantha made a comment like in the middle of the process, like she felt good, but like in her body, like not all expanded and just spaced out, but like she felt good and like super in her body at the same time.
And go ahead, Barbara, then Christy.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. To start, I guess with a question. At some point, do these centers start to harmonize?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they become almost like a pillar unto itself. Yeah. They become like one functional unit other than, four things just off doing their own thing.
Okay, because the last time through it sort of felt like they were feeding each other in a way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe the second time through it, the front solar plexus, I felt energy moving up my spine to the back of my head.
Okay.
And when
Very
we
good.
get to the back solar plexus. No, sorry, same thing. And then when we got to the ajna, it was going up the front through the forehead to the crown. At least that was what it felt
Hmm.
like.
Feeling the energy in the spine is not surprising. But from the forehead to the crown.
Well, ajna to forehead, and I don't know if it continued to the crown, but
Yeah.
it was definitely the front of my head instead of the back.
Yeah, like when active clairvoyance kind of kicks in, the ajna and forehead start to become activated at the same time. Where usually if one's activated, the other one diminishes, like they'll go back and forth, but they'll start to activate at the same time. And it's a reflection of the activation of the pituitary and the pineal gland. And then there also will be an activation on the back head, which is the thalamus. And so that combination starts to give you that deeper depth of looking and understanding and being able to innovate and adjust and adapt in motion and things of that nature.
Thank you.
Yeah, good for you.
You had said something about the basic being, I don't know if it was the hardest to change or the most important to the work or the,
It's
remember
the
exactly.
most stubborn.
The most
Like,
okay.
yeah,
So
out of all our chakras, like, you can see like all the chakras going like, the basic is like this. I don't know about that. Whatever idea you have, I don't know about that.
okay, yeah, because there's been a lot going on in the front and back solar plexus.
Yeah.
But it wasn't until the very last time you took us to the basic that I
Mhm.
felt something start to move.
Yeah, good.
It's like, is it because it's resistant? I don't think it's because it doesn't need to do the
Well,
work. It's just, it's heels dug in and
yeah. All the other chakras are associated with the emotional body, mental body, basically of the soul. The basic chakra is associated with the form. So it's the thing that resists the higher soul or the Buddha nature. And so, at first it's a weird back and forth and almost this push and pull kind of situation, but at some point it gets on board and starts participating, but takes a lot of long, hard talks with the basic chakra for it to get on board. It doesn't just jump on board. And so, over a period of time, it shifts and changes. But, like when you talk about like levels of awareness, self-awareness, illumination, or the activation of Kundalini, it's all tied to the unwinding of the basic chakra. And so it just takes a while. Yeah.
I actually smiled the very last time when you said, well, let's do that one more time, the basic. And I hadn't felt much energy moving at all. And then all of a sudden I felt something start to move. It was just
Good for you.
like, oh, so I think the message was to keep working until I feel something as opposed to assuming it doesn't need the work.
Yeah, I especially on the basic, like you could drill on the basic for a while, and everywhere else kind of shed things. I don't want to say quickly, but relatively quickly. The basic doesn't shed things very quickly. Like it's a constant just bap 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 on the basic chakra until at some point it just kind of flips and participates. But until then, it's like you make a little progress and then you go backwards, and you make a little progress and then you go backwards. The backwards is the basic. Even in old practices, they don't really talk in this language anymore, but like in ancient times in old writings, they would refer to it as a poison. Like the basic chakra would poison the other chakras. And it just basically connects them more to the lower nature and the lower tendencies. And so you might feel something up in the say the solar plexus or the throat or something like that. And really it's the throat, but it's also the basic chakra. Like the basic chakra is the one that gave it the idea, or gave it, like, it'd be a really good idea if you fill in the blank. And so the more you clean up the basic, it rapidly cleans up the other centers. It's always kind of the last one in line. And so if you keep on that, I remember, Master Joa, spiritual teacher, he gave us this one mantra one time, and somebody asked, where should we put our attention when we chant the mantra? And he goes, oh, experiment. And so people were doing the crown, and people were doing the heart, and all this. And when we were in private, like him and I, he was walking somewhere, and he said, how'd you like the mantra? And I go, I really liked it. And I go, I've been putting my attention on the basic chakra. And he raised his eyebrows and he goes, who told you to do that? I go, I don't know. You said do what you feel drawn to do. I feel drawn to do that. And he was quiet for a moment. He goes, very good. He goes, very good. Maybe don't tell your peers to do that. Let them be like drawn to do it. And he said, that's probably the most potent place to do it. And without a lot of cleanup in other centers, even here we're cleaning up, above it, but without cleaning up other things, it just can it can just knock you a little sideways a little bit. Not bad, but it just it's that 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Like sometimes if you push it too hard, it's 3 or 4 steps back instead of 1 step back. And like the way around it, like here, the way around it is we're going basic, solar, ajna, crown, right? We're not just focused on the basic. A lot of times when we're doing things, the way to kind of go at the basic chakra, but in a very soft way, is through the arms and the legs. You work the arms and the legs a whole bunch. It hits the basic chakra, but in a way where the basic chakra doesn't push back. And so, yeah, it's an area to target, but at the same time, I respect its ability to push back. You know what I mean? So I always, whatever we're doing, I always build in like is this the soft way? If there's a safety version, a safety mechanism we can put in place, just so there's not that, too many steps backwards.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're so.
And go ahead, Christy, then Tracy.
Hey, Miss Christy.
Hi there. So holy smokes, I have a whole new appreciation for patchouli, and it's
You a
definitely
hippie? You're a hippie. That's what
I'm
I just heard. You're a
officially a
hippie.
hippie. Well, I used to make a blend with it, and every time I'd make a blend, someone would approach me and talk about their fish concerts, and I was like, I just made an oil blend, man. That's it. Like, I don't have to tell you. So Sam's comment about being like in the body, I kept having this, and it was like this internal drumbeat, like internal pulsing that was so deep and so heavy, not in a bad way. I don't recall experiencing that with any other of my favorite oils, even though patchouli is a learned, acquired new one now. But on the second pass, I noticed at the very end, at the crown area, is when I had a lot more activation in like that navel abdomen area. So is it wonderful, right? So my question is, does that mean that it's helping to kick off more of those things that I was working on yesterday, or who knows?
Kicking off more, and when that area gets wound up, it diminishes our ability to draw prana or energy in from the environment, just to sustain ourselves, like earth prana, air prana, whatever. And so when you feel like something like that happen, it's also like a kind of vitality that is increased. Yeah. You'd get a lot of that in the navel and then the spleen. So navel and spleen are pretty intertwined. And so in a lot of the writings, it would say, the energy enters in through the navel, but it would enter in both. And so, that's the thing when there's like projections at us, not only does it hurt and cause us a reaction, but if you think about when somebody's projecting something at you, a lot of times they're trying to knock your feet out from under you. And it makes it easier for them to get their way, or for you to agree with them, or, whatever it is. And, so one thing that happens is you can get a little ungrounded when somebody has projections at you like that. But the other thing is, because it can be so like agitating and contaminating to that front area, that your ability to draw energy in is diminished. And so it can be a bit depleting. And it's not like they maliciously think this out, but the energy body's trying to protect itself or get its way or whatever, going back to the will of the basic. And when these things get backed up, it affects our overall vitality and energy levels. And so if you're able to clean that up and open that up, like you'll notice over a period of time, you get a little stronger, a little stronger, a little stronger. Your body bounces back a little bit better. You got a little bit more pep in your step. Granted, might not be the way we were when we were 28 or 30 or something, but it's still good for where you're at.
That would make sense. It seems like no matter what I do, the fatigue issues don't really seem to change.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's especially, the more people are upset at you, the harder it becomes. So, if you're in front of just like your friends and family and maybe a few people at work, that's one thing. But if your job is, in front of a bunch of people, or, your partner's in front of a bunch of people and making decisions that people aren't necessarily happy with, but it's times where people have to make very hard decisions and not everybody's happy with it. And so not everybody agrees with everything, these days more so than it was 10 years ago. Everybody's in a different place, different opinions. Yeah.
And go ahead, Tracy.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Hello. So, lot of emotion. I was, before we did the patchouli, down in the dumps is probably a good thing. I realized that I had bought tickets for a concert, and now it looks like, well, Brian's going to be out of town because business comes first. And like it's, and I have an internal struggle with spirituality versus, like lower body type thing. Like I really want to go to this concert, yet it happens to be when I'm supposed to be going to class. And so, yeah, so I think the protocol helped some. It's not over though. Like it seems like a continual, we have the struggle between what we want to do personally and what he has to do with business because he travels so much. And then that my own struggle with the lower energies versus the higher energies kind of thing. And It's just like I want to scream and run, and I'm calmer since I did the patchouli, but I'm still like,
Yeah, you're a little conflicted.
yeah.
Yeah. What
I don't
comes
know
of
if the
it?
patchouli was supposed to be magically getting rid of it, but so,
Well, sometimes it keeps you calm as you go through and make the decisions. You know, it's not
Yeah.
going to resolve the situation, but it can make you less reactive and just go, okay, what needs to be happening? And, you know, we've had events where we were supposed to go and we had tickets and like, okay, we're not going because, you know, whatever, fill in the blank or the schedule changed or whatever, or we just didn't feel it was like safe to travel at the time. And yeah, it's just one of those things. What concert is it?
Buddy Guy.
But oh yeah,
And he's
He was
like in his
playing-
90s. So, you
Yeah.
know, it's how long am I going to get to see him? I've never seen
Yeah.
him, you know.
he was just traveling. Where we saw the billboard for him for? I think it was Chicago.
I think it must have been Chicago.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
couldn't believe he was still alive. Like
I
man,
know. I know.
one time. Yeah, and he
So,
still looked in the billboard. He still looked great, like rocking it, and he's got to be in his 80s, right?
I think he's in his 90s.
Oh wow.
You know, it's doable. But I have to find somebody to go with me. Then there's that whole F it. There's no, you know, like my friends have all disappeared. It's
Yeah,
my family won't do, you know, it's everything. So
yeah. I've gone to many concerts by myself. Yeah,
I may be doing that.
yeah. So anyway,
Thanks.
Can you explain breathing in oil and focusing on a chakra cleans up the chakra? How? Sorry. Can you explain how breathing in oil and focusing on a chakra cleans up the chakra?
yeah. So when you're inhaling an oil, you have several effects. First, you have a physiological effect, like the chemistry of the oil is going into the bloodstream via the respiratory tract. As you breathe it in, it's hitting the mucous membranes, and then as blood passes through the lungs, it gets brought into the bloodstream. So there's that component where the general effect is happening. Then you have the effect of inhaling something impacts the nervous system through the olfactory system, which is one of the quickest ways to change behavior, thought processes, and feelings somewhat, but more actions and thoughts. And this would be utilizing the sense of smell. And so different sense causes our brain and our nervous system to react in a different way. And even there, that's starting to change the energy body quite substantially. Then you have the energy of the plant, and you can direct it to different parts of the body or emotions or the mind, which is much more subtle. But wherever you put your attention, the energy of that plant is going to that area. So by putting your attention on an energy center, you're directing the energy of that plant, just like you would project it with your hand. Here you're using the plant, the energy coming in from the plant, and you're just directing it to that area. And so some things are going to be more cleansing, some things are going to be more soothing or regenerating, and some things are going to be fortifying or stimulating, energizing. So it depends on what you're using and how you're using it. So.
Thank you. I think that was all the shares and questions.
Okay. Let's take a little break. We'll come back straight up on the hour and we'll do frankincense. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. It's frankincense time. So again, reflect on some of the things going on in your life. Don't have to necessarily be negative, but just reflect. Okay, so you have your baseline. And before we jump into doing the centers, let's just begin inhaling the frankincense non-specifically. Just take nice, long, slow, deep breath. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just be still. Begin inhaling, your awareness is on the basic. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and be still. And then again on your basic, long, slow, deep breath. And just pause and be still. Let's do the basic again. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the basic. And then be still. Your front solar. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. The back solar plexus. Just be still. Again, inhaling, your awareness is between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Inhale on your crown. You give me a little bit of that. And then just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic. And then be still. Let's hit the basic one more time. Long, slow, deep breath. Just be still. Go to your back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Be still, be aware. Just let it incubate. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep. Did we just do the eyebrows?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, your awareness is between your eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then be still. Just be still. How's that? Notice how we're doing the same pattern. Each of these oils are for the endocrine system. They all feel very different. They all feel very, very different. I think it was Kia who was asking yesterday, in the first segment, what happens if I rotate them around? So, like you can see, like they're all impacting the system, but they're impacting them in very different ways. So her idea was to rotate the things that you use, and like I would agree. So your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the crown. And then be still. Just notice how you feel. Think of those situations again, those things from the past, those things that might even be current. And then what do you notice?
You can unmute yourself. You can type in. I can tell this segment is thoughts. My ajna is on override, no matter where we are.
So I just have to share. Like Samantha was talking about all these things, like my thoughts are this, my thoughts are that. And then about 2 minutes ago, she started laughing. She goes, I didn't even realize that this section is labeled thoughts. So, yeah.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Peggy.
Hi. I it wasn't the monkey mind as much as thinking about what's going on and coming to some pretty important solutions. So even though I don't know what I was supposed to feel or do, I made myself go to the centers and inhale, but I think I did come to some awakenings.
Oh, good. Yeah. And more importantly, like hopefully there's like shifts in action, activity, things of that nature as some time goes by.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, good.
Wave is slowly moving through. I feel it in between my front and back heart.
Nice. That's very nice.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Hi. This one was much quieter for me, and I'm grateful for that. Maybe I can figure out what happened in the other segments today.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're so welcome. And so how do you feel right now? You feel pretty good?
Yeah, yes. And when, especially like you said, when I think of the external or anything,
Yeah.
it's sort of like an island over there,
Yeah.
which is really good right now. And my body and mind feel kind of calm, and my mind, I'd say a little floaty almost.
Yeah, that's what Samantha was saying. She
Yeah, a little
had
floaty.
to keep her eyes open. She goes, I'm just floating away. Like it's just, and some of it too is frankincense is, it's not just our thoughts, but if there's thoughts from other people that have influenced us or been projected at us, frankincense is really good for cleaning that up. And it doesn't necessarily have to be like a tacky kind of thing. I always feel there's a lot of drama with that. It's just, sometimes we're just in situations where it could be stress thinking of somebody, somebody has that maybe impacts you, or somebody who's really opinionated, or, it doesn't always have to be, these super negative projections. Sometimes it's just being around people that maybe you don't see eye to eye with or something.
I have a few of those,
Yeah.
but it really
yeah.
was comforting.
Yeah.
This really was like a little bit of a vacation and comforting, and a quiet, very quiet and
Yeah.
still, right?
And if you think about like a lot of different traditions, they burn frankincense in the temple before you go to like prayer or to do the ceremony, and you feel like how heady it is and how like you're just kind of drifting off. You kind of see that's why they burn the frankincense. Is like, it puts you in like the place of like, okay, let's do this. Let's sit down and do our prayer or meditation or our, whatever it might be. It puts you like in a better place.
I would agree.
Yeah, like a much better place. Frankincense, I mean, I think we burn a lot of incense around here. And I would say frankincense is probably number one or number two, right? Yeah.
Definitely.
Like we burn a lot of frankincense.
I think it's number 1 and 2
Right.
because the number 2 has frankincense in it.
Is it Michael? Michael's the second one. Yeah. It's frankincense, and then the other one is Archangel Mike. Yeah.
Well, those would be 2 good ones to burn for sure.
Mm.
Thank you very much for helping me get in
welcome.
this space. Thank you.
I have been restless and unable to focus all day, constantly distracted, which is somewhat unsettling.
There's something going on, or
If you want to respond, go ahead. If not, no worries.
yeah.
Go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. So I'm just being nosy.
Mhm.
Frankincense, Archangel Michael. What are some of the other ones you and Sam burn?
Boy, what are the other ones?
Sam, what is your favorite?
Yeah.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah. Notice how she paused, like, oh, Michael. Like that is her go-to thing. I rotate through a bunch of different ones, but I do like to burn aloes. Like that's one of my all-time favorites.
And we do opera melon every day outside.
Yeah. Oh, and that's right. We do opera melon every day outside the door. Yeah.
Wait, say that again. What is that?
Opera melon, it's a way to kind of bless the opera melon's used to physicalize blessings. It's an old anointing oil that has gone through various traditions and everything. And so they used to use it to consecrate the tabernacle in the old Jewish tradition, and then later in some of the Christian traditions. And then it bounced around in different things. And so there was this person, Abra Melon, that was like really well known for it. But King David used to burn it in his tent 24/7, like just all the time. And it's because it literally physicalizes blessings. And so one of the ways that we use it, we'll burn it inside and everything, but we also burn a stick or two outside every morning to like bless the nature spirits in the yard and just in the surroundings. So, you could say it's a little bit of a protective quality, but more than that, it's just, it's like it feels like you're surrounded by goodness. You know what I mean? And the nature spirits, which would manifest as like plant life and like the little animals and squirrels and everything, they're very active in our yard. And it's just, they're drawn to the energy. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's very good for materialization. Like if you're trying to bring something forth, burning auburn melon's always good for that. So it's just, we burn it outside the front door so that when people come in, you're drawing energy from the outside into the inside, which is a kind of a feng shui thing. And you're drawing in kind of depending on what part of the door you are, either bringing in a prosperity energy or like a spiritual energy. And our door faces east, so it's prosperity somewhat, but it's more like kind of spiritual or healing energy coming in, and so just helps to keep the space nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other favorites?
Sandalwood, like sandalwood's my old time favorite. And what was the other one we were burning?
I do Gilead a lot too.
Yeah. So Gilead is another one we burn around here quite often. Yeah.
Is there a reason for Gilead or any of them?
It helps just to clean up like the emotions and stress and things that go on. And, we have a routine, because we have employees in and out and everything. And I mean, we have a very harmonious group right now. And so a few years ago, not so much, but these days it's pretty harmonious. And we're constantly burning these things just to keep everything in that vibe. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. Another one that's nice is rose on the stove. Rose on the stove is actually quite nice for prosperity and just like a sense of well-being in the household.
Rose on the stove?
Yeah. Because in feng shui, the prosperity center in the house is the stove. And there's little fire divas that are associated with prosperity in the house. And so they like nature spirits. They like to experience love, but they don't have the ability to experience it. So if you put like rose quartz on the stove or like burn rose incense, they really like it. And so it just, it doesn't solve all your problems, but it's like, you can ride the elevator going down if you're going down. And it's just easier, even if you walk the steps, it's easier. Now, if you turn around and try to go back up, you could do it. It just takes more work. And so these ideas of feng shui, they don't really resolve problems, but they just make the flow a little bit easier. Like it makes it a little bit easier to be prosperous. It makes it a little bit easier to materialize it. If you're not doing any practice, it doesn't make things happen, right? But if you are doing things, it makes things flow a little bit easier.
Thank you.
Like there's that old saying, like you can only win the lottery if you buy a ticket. It's the same thing. Like you can only materialize if you're actively making efforts. And if you are, this makes it easier. But if you're not making any effort, it doesn't really change anything. Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you.
And materialization isn't always just doing like our practice. It could just be making a to-do list and just getting things done in the day. Like, you know what I mean? It's not necessarily like always a little mystical exercise. Sometimes it's like I got 20 things I got to get done today, and so it just helps with the flow of that.
Is Gilead good for the basic?
Gilead's good for all the lower centers. Yeah.
So the person did respond, the one who's having a little bit of a time this class today. They said, yes, in a disturbing situation with a friend, this may have me disturbed with her negative / disturbing energy. She is also a neighbor. I heard disturbing news about her on our lunch break. This all could be contributing factors.
Oh, I would say it's a big contributing factor.
They did say also, I burn frankincense and myrrh incense daily,
Oh, good.
ritually.
Very good. Let me think about the thing for the neighbor. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
With the rose on the stove. Sounds like the name of a rock band.
Rose on the stove. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Anybody else?
Let me see. Yeah, there was. I just need a. I noticed that my thoughts are now more at ease
Yeah.
on that certain particular topic from the past.
Oh, good. Good. Yeah. Frankincense is amazing. Okay, just. Yeah.
Feeling very, very grateful. Is it significant that we're using frankincense?
Frankincense is very clearing to the mind. It's very clearing to thought forms in the body, even if they're from other people. And it's one of the oils that is used to jumpstart the endocrine system, so your glands in general. And so frankincense, myrrh, and patchouli, all three are like your best bets. Lemon verbena is very toning. The endocrine support blend is very toning. Lavender complex is very toning. But for stimulation of the glands, it's frankincense, myrrh, and patchouli. Yeah.
Would artificial roses on the stovetop also work?
That's a little bit of a feng shui thing. It mildly works. Yeah. Yeah.
Resistances seem to have fallen away.
Good for you. Yeah. I mean, sometimes our resistances are glandular. Like they're not necessarily, you digging in emotionally or mentally. It's your glands are calling the shots. And like I go back to what we said at the beginning of the day, it's an esoteric kind of teaching, mystical teaching that if you don't address the glands, they kind of hold you hostage. They call the shots, and so yeah, good for you.
I just put aubermelon in my diffuser.
Oh, very nice.
Felt like there was one more share and I'm not seeing it. Sorry if you shared and I'm missing it. But I think that is what I'm seeing.
Okay. So no others?
I think we're good.
Okay. So we're doing good. We got down to frankincense. So the next one is myrtle. So we'll come back at a quarter after. We'll do a little 15-minute break, and then we'll finish up. The last one's not super long, but it's kind of long, but it's super chill. So we'll see you in 15. Okay, we're on segment 5, and now we're unwinding the things in the body and the different systems that contribute to the endocrine system like going out of whack. Again, this is not like a symptom oriented approach. This is just a way to flush out the energy body. So with that, you have any wide range of any of the myrtles, and then Sharanagati, a blend from one of the previous classes. So Myrtle Supreme is all the myrtles put together. So let's go ahead and pull out what you're going to use.
Any substitutes?
Jasmine would work. Melissa would work. I mean, if you don't have any of those, like kind of a C choice would be hyssop. But
Okay.
yeah. Okay, so begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, which is the root brain. Not the root chakra, but the root brain. Which one are you using? Hmm. Hmm. Then your awareness is on the front solar. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front solar. And then the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then just be still for a moment. To the sixth chakra, the front solar plexus, and the brain, all three at the same time. And then just pause and be still. And now inhale on the spine. If there's a spot in your spine that you want to focus on, if not, your whole spine. And then pause and let go. How does this feel? Hmm. Notice how you feel. You know, we're going to go through and do a cycle again, but you know, I don't know about you, but like when I get to this phase of going through and doing the treatment where I'm working with the myrtle like this, I feel lighthearted. Like, you know what I mean? Like everything's good. Like if there's something weird going on, it's like, yeah, but it's like it's not weighing on me like in a heavy way. And it doesn't mean that I can't get serious, but it's just, you know, I'm kind of a serious person. So like when I get lighthearted, it's almost like, what is this? I don't understand this. Like, you know, I don't know. I find it kind of interesting, but I just feel like, you know, not filled with light. I just feel like, you know, I don't know. Okay, let's do that again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then the front solar, your awareness is on the front solar. Your awareness is on the front solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the brain. Just pause and let go. Your sixth chakra, your front solar, your brain, all three at the same time. And then just be still. Your awareness is on the spine. Try to do the whole spine, or if there's a particular spot that's really jumping out, work that spot. Let's be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the Mingmen, the low back area. Back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just let go. Face it. So you're doing your Ming Men, which is your low back opposite the navel, the back heart, and the crown, all three at the same time. Just be still. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. And then just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the low back opposite the navel, known as the Ming Men. Your back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your crown, the top of your head. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Your Mingmen, back heart, and crown, all three at the same time. And then be still. Your awareness is on the spine. Just be still, let go. Just let go. And we're going to do the last little section. So begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. The low back area, the Mingmen. Yeah. The front shoulder, the area below your ribs. The back heart. The brain. And the crown. Your awareness is on the ground. Just be still and let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. The low back area known as the Ming Men. Your front solar, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths on your front solar. And then your back heart. And the brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the crown. And then just be still. Notice how you feel. Think of those things going on around you. How do they seem? What was that for you? Tell.
Yeah.
So go ahead and let's share experiences or ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away.
Go ahead, Sonia.
So that last section was harmonize the three brains and transmute, and then shift the energy up for a higher frequency. That's right.
Shifting up to a higher frequency. You're breaking down. You could say shifting up to higher frequency. You're kind of shifting, like all your thoughts, all your feelings, all your instinctive responses kind of produces a state in the body. And that last little piece is about, well, this last segment 5 is about soothing that and allowing that state, which would involve how all the processes in the body work, but especially the glands, like kind of shift into something that's a little bit more current rather than the state that you were in, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, whatever it was. And so it just allows, it's very soothing and allows for there to be a shift in the state of your body, you could say.
Your whole body or some part?
What's that?
Your whole body or just some part?
No, the whole body. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's more like shift lower energy and states to a higher frequency.
Yeah, it's more about shifting the state of the body into where it's at now rather than being in the past. If the person is working and moving towards being like a higher frequency, the body will shift. But even if they're not, it just allows you to shake off the conditioning of the past and be more current. So even if it's just you shedding some stress or whatever, so that's not necessarily raising the frequency, but the potential is there. But it's not just about the energy. This is more of like the state of the body. Like if you took all the pieces and went, okay, the immune system, 5 points. The nervous system, 10 points. The endocrine system, 5 points. This system, 5 points. So we have 60 points. It kind of changes like that point system a little bit. You know, we don't have a way of talking about it like in Western medicine and even in holistic practices. You know, you might be symptom oriented, or you know, Ayurvedic medicine has their version of things. This is very, very, very old school, where you look at like the state of the body, and you could say raising the vibration, but making it more current is actually a better way of saying it. Like sometimes the body gets stuck in a place that was 5, 10, 20, 30 years ago. And so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Brenda, did he answer your question?
I just had a statement and a wondering.
Yeah.
When we started that last portion, the A, you know, that last grouping, my low back started to really itch, and it just got intensively stronger. And then by the last time we went through it, it's gone. And I'm like, that is so interesting.
Yeah. Again, like it's about shifting the state of the body. And, you know, even like stress or pain starts to lock into like a pattern in the body. And we're not specifically going after one thing or another, but we're just kind of changing the state of the body. Like it's, you know, how there's the etch a sketch and you kind of shake it up a little bit and then boom, it's clear again. The patterns will reform, but they'll do it in the way that's more current. And so like even like that pain blend nerve help, it's about easing pain and calming down the sensory nerves, but it's also about regenerating nerves to like break the pattern of that chronic pain. Because after a little while, the body just goes, this is what we do. And it's the body's not actively trying to reduce the pain, right? It's just trying to manage it. And so here it gives you like a little bit of a reboot. So sometimes it could be something physical coming out. It could be like lower emotion or like an agitation in the body that happened, you know, many years ago. That is, it's not completely laying dormant. It's there. It's having its effect, but it's not in your conscious awareness. And so like itchy usually means, you know, physically means like sensory nerves are being activated, but usually it means something coming out like energetically. And like when it's itchy, it's usually, it's like something negative, like a very strong stress or very strong trauma of some sort. And so, you know, sometimes we're aware of what it is and sometimes we're not.
Well, it's interesting because I've had a rotating, not predictably rotating, but the itchy on old scars, over old scars, and on my spine. And where was the other place? It's slowly going away. And so I'd forgotten about it until this showed up, and I was like, I'm guessing that's all good.
Yeah, I mean, something's coming out. I would say, like, if the thing with the scars continues, maybe put some helichrysum on them, even though they might be in a good place, because scars, you know, energy can get stuck there very easily, because like part of a scar is like a fascial lesion, you know, like a tightness in the fascia, and the more that we can unwind that, the you know, things can pass through it, including energy, and things won't get stuck there as much. And so helichrysum would work, and if it still needs a little more work, I'd go to that nerve help, like in and around the area. But
Okay.
it sounds like it might be has already passed, so you might not need to do anything. But if it flares up again, especially on the scar areas, do the helichrysum. Out of the
Is nerve
spine.
health, is the nerve health NPR? Or is that something else?
No, that's something different. That's the neuroprotective response. Yeah, that's
So nerve help is the name, actual
yeah,
name of
yeah,
it.
nerve help. Yeah, I'm not super inventive when I come to names. Like, I just, you know, I don't know.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
you're so welcome.
And then feel free to unmute yourself. I do see some questions here as well, but go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Miss Barbara.
Hey there. Gate, para sum gate. There was this sense of such tranquility, but very alert and present, as if floating on calm water, that even if it got rough, there would still be this tranquility.
Yeah.
It's lovely.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the last section by itself could kind of stand on its own, but it's more potent because we did all the endocrine work, you know, all the glands. So it has an impact on the glands, but it also, more importantly, has an impact on the things that could trigger or activate the glands going into a downward spiral.
And I love how the three brains are starting to be paired with the chakras that do the transmutation. It's almost like the flow is starting to become automatic almost. It's
perfect. It eventually builds a pillar of light that's in the spine. And so those three centers for transmutation, you know, that's what they've always done, but we're just merging the two.
It's like, I can see you've had this laid out for a while.
A very long time. Very long time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And a question back when
Thank
we
you
were
for noticing that, by the way.
well,
yeah, is what it is. Yeah.
Back when we were on the section with patchouli, I had this strange sensation on the inner ankle and then on the outer ankle. And I don't remember from the body mapping class if the ankle means anything in particular. Maybe we didn't even cover that, or maybe I'm
We
just
didn't do the
grasping for.
joints too much, but remember what the ankle meant. I'll look it up in my notes.
It was just so striking. This sharp little on the inner ankle on the right side, and then the next go around it was on the left, outer ankle.
The ankles energetically can get very congested, and sometimes part of the issue is actually the Achilles tendon. And sometimes if you do things to unwind the Achilles tendon, the ankle will open up.
Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, my pleasure.
This kind of segues into one of the things you were
Mhm.
just saying. Can the segments we did today be used as standalone practice?
Yeah, sure.
I've always loved Sharanagati, and using it for this last segment is definitely such a sweet ending.
Mm.
By the way, what does the word Sharanagati mean? And what oils are in this blend?
It means conductivity or being spiritually conductive. So physically conductive, emotionally conductive, mentally conductive. The oils in it are, let's see. Rose Absolute, Egyptian geranium, palmarosa, spikenard, lemon myrtle, frankincense, and tuberose. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Hey, Greg. So yesterday was a very unstable day for me yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't sleep well last night and woke up at dark early and went through the last hour's practice again.
Mm-hmm.
And white spruce was on my desk and was waving its arms. So I used white spruce throughout that whole last hour for everything.
The last hour of yesterday, or?
Yes, last hour of yesterday. And so it provided a good deal of relief and settling down of all the energy systems.
Oh, good.
So
How'd you do today?
Today was good. Today was smooth, much more settled, much more focused on what was going on. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any good dreams, or like there was no dreams?
Last night there was, I would call them more like nightmares. Very unsettled, lots of things coming loose. I figured it was the abandonment for me.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of my life got connected into the abandonment string. I could see where things I did do, things I didn't do, were all wanting to connect themselves with the abandonment theme. So it was quite interesting and somewhat disturbing.
Yeah. I mean, abandonment's a big thing for everybody. Like, different degrees for everybody, but that's the thing is, the abandonment itself is actually an agitation in the body, but still, like you said, it can be connected to like events and emotions and thought processes and all those things. And, you let go of it and all that stuff. Sometimes it just passes, but it can kind of, especially if there's a lot of it, it can come up and be in the mind for a little bit. Usually doesn't last very long, but it still can come up and,
Okay. So in reviewing this class, if we do have a chance to do like one segment at a time, is that effective, or should we try to group them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have to sit in. I mean, and we did like a slow roll through everything. You don't have to do the slow roll. You can go through and do things kind of, a quicker pace and everything, but you can do an individual segment by itself. Yes.
Okay. All right. Patchouli, is there any reason that we would take patchouli internally?
Not really. I knew this other medical aromatherapist, and he had people doing it for some digestive issues, and I don't know.
Okay.
It's more topical or inhalation. I've always found patchouli to be by far, those are the two best ways to use it. You know?
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. In the Lama Yoga section, if I have a perennially stiff neck,
Mhm.
and if I'm doing the Lama Yoga without the oils,
Mhm.
just keep going through it until the neck loosens up.
Well, don't want to hurt your neck. And so
Right.
I would
So I'm
say,
being
like,
very careful about the head
yeah,
movement.
be slow and even like modify the distance instead of going all the way down, just
Mhm.
kind of do this. And if even that's much, just start doing the thing where you just tilt your chin and then tilt it up.
Okay.
Yeah. Like,
All right.
be easy on your neck.
Right.
Yeah.
And if I continually doing, I'm thinking I'm picking on my neck, but I've got other body spots that have, owies on them.
Mhm.
So if I'm going to use the Lama Yoga process that we like from the last hour yesterday
Mhm.
for addressing physical body issues, just go at
That
it
you would keep,
gently, but just don't just because it doesn't work the first time, keep going.
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes things that are chronic, they take a little while to unwind. And
I mean, after 65 years of practice, I have a buildup.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I have a couple spots where most spots in my body I'll go, oh, that feels better. And then I have a couple spots where like, I feel something. I don't know what it is. Better might not be the word. But
Yeah.
that's like with every therapy that I throw at it.
Mhm.
And so over a period of time I look back and I go, I'm doing better, but it's usually not one little session, be it whatever I've thrown at it. Like
Yeah.
first few times, and then after like 10 times I look back and go, it's better. It's areas that I'm trying to avoid a surgery or something for. So,
Yeah.
it's pretty chronically, injured.
Okay.
But, it is what it is.
Right. Excellent. Thanks. Good class.
Yes, I do enjoy it.
Brought up lots of old stuff to go away.
Yay.
Not as restless as earlier. Things have settled down a lot. Thank goodness.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
That was from the person earlier who was
Yeah.
having the neighbor.
The neighbor. Okay. So that feels better. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't feel better, but like you're more settled with it. Okay, good.
Yeah, go ahead, Trace.
Hey, Miss Tracy.
Boy, this class kicked my butt. Talk about abandonment and
Yeah.
all
It's
kinds
so
of
simple
stuff.
on paper, but like when we get into it, it's like, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's like I've been on a tilt-a-whirl for, for a weekend.
Yeah.
It's going away, and it's
Yeah.
the last thing was very soothing, and I'm like,
Uh,
okay.
Next weekend when we do the body wisdom, we'll address the abandonment and because we're doing like different oils and a slightly different process, and so we'll be able to address it in a bit more effective way.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you for for stirring me up on tilt-a-whirl. I'll be fine.
Well, that's the thing, even like with like having chronically experienced abandonment, like how we were talking about at the beginning when Sonia asked her question, like it's like that state that we're in, and sometimes even like being in that state for a while, sometimes it's like you just, even though you get out of those situations, you don't walk out of that room. You know what I mean? It's just like, this is the room that everything goes down in. And so it's a little bit of being able to get up and just like, simply like walk out of that room. Doesn't mean it won't happen again, because it's part of our physiology. It's part of, when we don't fit in, abandonment can happen, but it's like you don't have to live in the state of being abandoned, and when something's happened chronically, even when you shake it off, it's still kind of still there. Like you just got a little distance from it, but it didn't really kind of go away. And so it's like kind of walking out of the room, like you just get up and go, I kind of don't want to do this anymore. And
It's very interesting. It feels
yeah,
like it's kind of come to a head from all the, dying of parents and family stuff and friend stuff.
parents and the family thing,
Yeah.
and even the thing with COVID and the pandemic, we all got isolated, and then even the idea of like the vaccine or no vaccine, that was very polarizing. The politics was very polarizing. Everything was very polarizing. And so I know of people who are no longer friends because of things that went down because of the pandemic. More than a handful, way more than a handful. None of it's with me. We tried to be Switzerland as much as we can and all of that. But, we just want to serve. Like, it doesn't matter who or what. And, but abandonment's running pretty high these days.
Thanks, Greg. I know I'll move through it and
Yeah,
you
you'll
know,
move through it.
things get
And
better and you just you have a perspective of it
feels
that
so much better after after you move through something like that. I mean, it's like, here's the weird thing though, like I laugh, not because it's funny, but it's just like, like you walk out of that and then it's such a like, it's a relief, but then it's like, but now what do I do? Like, I knew how to do the whole abandonment thing, but now what do I do? And it's almost like coming back to that transition phase where you're at the crossroads, where you go, okay, I'm going to walk down this road that I don't know where it's going, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. Because with we're using abandonment here, but it could be any number of things. Like, I knew the dance, I knew the outcome, I knew the road, I knew all the sites on the road, I knew where the road went, right? And when you kind of step away from something like that, it's like you're kind of start going down this road where you're like, I don't know the scenery, I don't know the stops, I don't know what's going on, but it's kind of exhilarating or intriguing at the same time. But it can cause you a little bit of like, what do I do? It literally is like, I don't know what to do or who I am for a moment. You ever have like a dream where when you wake up, you kind of almost don't know who you are for a little bit?
I have.
If you ever have had those dreams, you let go of something that has to do with that state. Yeah. Yeah. I've had that happen in some meditations, and seeing some like visual art sometimes can be so intriguing that for a moment I forget who I am. All the stories, all the little dramas and the old conditioning, and it just all floats away for a moment. Yeah. Very nice.
Thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
Thank you for a fantastic class. I took the class to try and find inspiration for problems with my oldest stallion's salvia glands. And I got so much out of the class that I had totally totally forgot about this stuff until now, his stuff till now.
So what was going on? The salivary glands?
I think so. You know how they switch names whenever you type things in. Yeah, they specify. Go ahead, Lucinda.
Hey, Cindy.
Hey, I found that this was really interesting because I'm glad you brought up dreams and the things Tracy brought up, because things that I didn't even consider abandonment were like popping up, and things I hadn't thought of. And I can feel like a huge dumping, I think, out of my back solar plexus and back heart. But then it's also like brought up all these instances where something that I might have done could have been conveyed as abandonment to someone else. It was like, now there's this pressure of like trying not to hurt anybody or being in Switzerland, which
Right.
is
Well,
it's
I would say that, like, just from years of therapy, like when the abandonment issue is very ingrained in somebody, the tendency is, like, as a protective mechanism, is to abandon before you get abandoned.
yes.
And it's almost like you can see the pain coming, and so you're like, why would I stick around for that? Like, I can see where this is going. And so, like you said, like maybe you're more aware of particular behaviors, but I'd also say don't be super hard on yourself. Things
Well, I
happen.
try to tend to go the other way, where I make sure I'm not going to do something to hurt someone else. But
if you think about,
you can't avoid it.
That crossroads, when we start to go down the road of something new, it feels a little bit uncomfortable. And then sometimes we pull that back and we go down just the old road that we know. Like, I don't want to think about this. I don't know. I don't want to deal with this. And the more that you can sit with that new thing, and I say uncomfortable, it's not even really uncomfortable. You can just feel there's a little bit of it's not a tension, but it's a little something where you have to, like, sit with it and kind of go through it a little bit. Like, it feels like, oh, I should probably not do this. I don't know, I'm not comfortable. I don't know what to say. And then at some point you just kind of relax into it. And I was talking this out with a student, and she was talking about, like, connecting with herself. And she goes, it's really weird. She goes, like, when I sit with myself, it feels like I'm on a first date with somebody. Like, I don't know what to say. I'm being extra, like, conscious of what I'm doing with my hands. And, do I eat the salad? Do I not eat the salad? Like, all these things.
Yeah.
And she goes, there's just this weird uncomfortableness. And I go, but if you think about that first date, you kind of sit through it, you get through the awkwardness, and then after that, you start to get a little more comfortable. And then all of a sudden, you find a topic that you both like, and you start talking, and you start finding something in common, and and all that stuff kind of happens. And I go, the same thing happens with yourself. Like, you're turning inward, and those things are starting to happen, and then you have like an aha or a realization. And even stepping out of the room, like, be it abandonment or anything else, it's a little bit like that first date for a little bit. Like, it's a little weird and awkward for a little tiny bit, and then you start getting the hang of it, and then it moves from there. or think of the first day of a job or something where you don't know anybody, you don't know what's going on, you don't know if you're doing anything right, I don't know.
It's almost like a reuniting after a self-abandonment.
Yeah. You definitely can turn away from yourself. I would agree. Yeah.
No, I just found it interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I mean, these are the things I sit around and think about at night, those kinds of things. And, yeah.
Is segment 5 kind of a integration process?
It's very soothing, and it calms down the things that would cause the glands to get agitated. And so integration, I mean, you could probably say that. It just helps to maintain like the shift. So I guess you could use the word integration. Yeah.
Craig touched several times on how the nervous system's interconnectedness to the endocrine system. I was wondering what oil would be Greg's top pick for overall soothing for the nervous system.
Depends on what part of the nervous system you're trying to soothe. If you're shooting for like overall, you could use something like kava kava or Roman chamomile, something like that. If you're trying to calm the somatic nerves, which are the sensory nerves in the body, sage or vetiver is very good for that. And then to soothe the involuntary part of the nervous system, which is like the fight, flight, and rest and repair, marjoram or tarragon or even anise. Yeah.
I didn't get all of those, but I got most of them.
Mhm.
Oh, that's one I just read. Thank you for your commitment to serve. Your services have allowed me to be of service to others.
Oh, tremendous. I love that. It's a great thing to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a very stimulating and soothing class.
Oh, good.
Lots of thank yous for a great class.
Good. And for those that did the body mapping class, remember tomorrow night is kind of an impromptu, like little study group. I had a little break in time, and I can sit around and watch a movie, or I can sit around and hang out with you guys. So I chose you guys. So yeah, we'll do a little study group thing with the body mapping tomorrow night.